Well, hello. Welcome to episode 45. Episode 45, nearly at 50. We'll do something special. We probably won't do anything special for 50 because I'll forget. But here we are. We might get Stormblood finished tonight, which will be exciting. It might take us a little bit tomorrow night as well. I had hoped to start earlier, but you know, stuff. So we might as well just crack on. So let's give you something to see. Hopefully you can see that now. And we'll proceed. Excellent. Right, we need to talk to Alpha now. We're gonna be doing a... Well, we're gonna be doing a dungeon first. Bloody mayhem's gonna be unleashed. Yep, sounds simple. What am I doing? Ooh, purple smoke. Well, let's take care of the predator first. Damn it. Muscle memory is a bitch. A proper stone cold biatch. I'm not gonna lie. There. That's one Imperial Patrol taken. Oh, there's another one over there. Very close together. Surveying. Oh, I'm gonna kill a poor doggy. Oh, decided to join us, which means I'm gonna have to keep an eye on my health. Oh, you doggy. Close eye on my health. These things do not like me at all. Camel rhymes with camel, but is in fact a giraffe. That wolf is dead. We killed it. Now we've got to go and find Miss Stark. Another patrol to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. And another Jamel. I'm going to wait for them to go over here, then we don't know. The Jamel's there. The Jamel has gone the other way. Lovely. Ooh, another destination. That's the 4th destination in this quest. 4th destination. Ooh, Castrum, Albania. The fun thing is the sun is in my eyes. Right, let's go and find, if we can, in the 8 minutes we have, this final ether current. Ooh. We're also a quest short. Where's the quest? Should be unlocked now. Don't want to join a fate. Sad. We're going south. 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 There. There it is. Ah, right, so we've got all the physical world ones. Now we just need the quest ones. Which I think are unlocked by this quest or the next one, may be? So we've got our level 70 gear already. Yeah. Nice man who knows stuff about dragooning gave us some. Actually, it wasn't. Was it? I don't know. Ooh, we're a healer away. Hopefully a healer is right now opening up the duty finder, picking duty roulette leveling, and will appear in now. Oh well. Oh well. Apparently I'm not as psychic as I'd hoped. Oh, I'll tell you what. Ooh, flamey. Leaping dough. Should we go and get that zone down there? Give us some experience points. I don't think we're gonna get to level 72 tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 10, which is at most 5 million experiences. So unless we get 3 million experiences from the 2 dungeons, and the trial we have tonight, get into them, which is possible. Oh wow, could go there. Everywhere else is flying. Alright. I'm bored enough to pay to get to Al Ghana. That's where we need to go. It was, now where? The other side of the ziggurat, so we could just go through the ziggurat, couldn't we? There's nothing in there. Gonna murder us. Whee! Another location. These healers are not being forthcoming. here? So many materials. And some other crap. Don't know what to do with them eggs. Really don't. Any food we can use? Crit plus 4%. Ooh, sushi. Do you like sushi? Pretty, yeah. Might as well nom that when we get into this here dungeon. It'll open up the space for us. Don't know where we're going now. Yeah, I'd set up for doing crafting while we're waiting for these. And then every time I did the crafting while we're waiting for these, they popped, and now I don't do the crafting waiting for these, and they don't pop. Only 7:30 on a Monday. A Monday night. Should be folks all over. I suppose it is reset day tomorrow, so I imagine folks are just not doing. They've done all their stone collecting for the week. Chapuli, chapuli, chapuli. 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 I don't know why I'm repeating the word chapuli. Ba-dum-dum-dum-dum. Bow, boom, bow, bow, bow. Boom, ba, boom, boom. Bow, bow, bow. All right, let's crafting log. What we were doing was we had our blacksmith and we were making everything a blacksmith could. Blacksmith is level 8. Alright, okay. So we were making all the level 5 blacksmith recipes for no apparent reason. Well, we can make that. Should we make that? Blacksmith. Right. So it's gonna take 2. So if we do 1 first, just to make sure we're in a good place, and then we'll do a bunch of these. For as long as we can. Oh, wow. Yet more muscle memory. I've been crafting most of the day on another account. Ah, we didn't get a thingy. Never mind. Bronze. Oh, we need bronze ingots. Can we make bronze ingots? We can make bronze ingots. Oh, there we go. Every time. We in? No, we're not. We are now. We're going to do that food, weren't we? So we've got more slots in our thing. Boom. Here we are. What? We'll do this one. Well, that's them dealt with. Ooh, they're coming out of the walls, chat. They're coming out of the walls. Let's oh, thanks, Dad. Now the Black Mage is dead. And it won't be long before... yeah. Dragoon is dead. I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? I think I panicked. I panicked, chap. Right. We are making bank on the XP in here. It's entirely possible we might get the 3 million. How many would we need? 100. We'd need to kill 100 things. Not impossible. And we do have another one to come a bit later. If that has similar levels of pointage, we might get 272 by the end of the day. Oh, those bits are only worth 3k. It's disgusting. We'll see how. Oh, there's something to do with some blah 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 blah. I've got to stop doing that. Are we supposed to do something with the cannons? I don't know. No. Maybe we were. Oh, I should do that, shouldn't I? Oh, he dead. He deceased. I don't think there's going to be anything in here I want, because I've already... Unless there's... Ooh, maybe. Oh no, it's not for me. Still not for me. Oh yes. Do it in time. No. So we're getting possibly 5 million. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Mark. It really doesn't. Getting all focused on experience. And it'll just happen. It'll just happen. Ooh. They seem fairly determined to be awful. Are they gonna deploy? Alright, I'll deploy my AoE damage. Ooh, oh, this one's awful. This one has mechanics. No one likes mechanics. I don't know what's happening here. So he does something. He barrier shifts. To what? Oh, he's lightning. Okay, so I need to be lightning? Yes, I need to be lightning. Oops. Okay. Are we not supposed to be in them? What's he done now? No. That one. Oh, I'm doing terrible. Oh, he's done one of these last time. Nearly died. Shifting to this time. Ice. Oh, nice. I'm already ice. Right, let's focus on his death. There we go. Ooh, he was half a million, he was. We can get off. Really? More? How many of these things do they have? Alrighty then, one more boss? That doesn't look like a boss. It just looks annoying. Sword, eh? It is certainly a large sword. I need to have another look. I need to have another play with my bar, I think. I used to have a setup that hinted. Ooh. That hinted where I should be by its position on the bar, but we'll have a play next time we're waiting for. Ooh, he doesn't look friendly. Boom, boom, ba-dum, ba-ba, boom, 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 What's this nonsense? Oh, that's that nonsense. Probably should have avoided that. Thank you. Shit. Oh, that hurt. Really? He's being a right pain in the arse now. Don't make me move. There, he did. He did. Schläger. And some fencer's mail. I don't think I need the fencer's mail. Fencing's... Oh, really? I didn't want either. Leave the duty. I've got play accommodation at least. I wonder if my wife's going to make a cup of tea anytime soon.
Are you all right? Ah, I think that answers my question. We've accomplished our objectives as well.
Lisa's unit should be advancing upon the fire control center in the command tower. Let us join them.
Sure.
Lise! Thank the 12 you're all right.
And you. There's the control center. Let's hit them hard and fast. Ready?
Sure. Let's go. Oh, it's Fordola.
They're here!
Yep, we're here. That all you've got?
It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?!
I gave the order to fire.
She gave the order to fire.
It was over! The Skulls had surrendered, no one else had to die, and you killed them! Your own people! Your own comrades!
You're right! I killed them. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn, all the rest, trained and fought with every last one of them. Good soldiers to a man. I gave the order that led to their deaths, and I knew exactly what I was doing.
But why? Why would you do that?
They died so that all Alamegans could live free. That was all we ever wanted. We made a promise that we would do whatever it took, so that one day the Imperials would learn to accept us. But everything comes at a price. And if you haven't got the means to pay, then you pay with blood. Service guarantees citizenship, but citizenship guarantees naught. It's not enough to do your part, oh no. You have to run faster, fight harder, kill more and more and more, and only then will you be equal. That's just how it is out here in the provinces. You buy your freedom with blood. There is no other way.
Shut up! Shut your mouth! You don't get to talk about freedom! You killed your own! They trusted you, and you killed them! Murderer! Butcher! Traitor!
She has an eye. There's a lot of eyes in this. Dragon eyes, and Allagan eyes, and Fordola eyes.
Lise!
Gotcha!
Not Elise.
I know what you can do. I've already seen it.
Alize!
They can't though.
Even so, the odds are against me.
Yep. Even with your fancy eye.
Coward! Get back here!
No, not the big shooty fly thing.
Hero! Lord Zenos invites you to join him for the royal hunt, to be hosted at the palace. You may bring your horde, if you like. All are welcome.
He's willing to give up Al Amigo for a chance of fighting a man with a stick.
She'll be alright, but we'll need to carry her. Will you help me?
I mean, sure. Do you want the head end or the leg end?
Thank you. Lise, I leave matters here in your hands.
Right.
Ooh. Actually, no, because we'll just take the materia now, don't we? Crowbar on. We do have a lot to do. 9 more quests, in fact. Is it your stump? I don't want to see your stump. I know what a stump looks like. Do, do. I didn't see, is this? No, it isn't. Okay. Okay. There's Lise, there's Roban. Ooh, there's the last one of them and the last one of these. Okay, cool. It's going to share a story with us. I don't have anything to drink.
I wanted to show you this house. My house.
Oh, it's his house.
You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it?
Being bigger.
Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was, which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Alamigo and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, I found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover.
Oh, we're probing his deepest secrets again.
Will you remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance? Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You, who call this living dishonor our nation. It is but a slow death.
Painting something on the wall.
Liberty or death? Liberty or death! If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom!
That seems to have stirred them up a little bit. Ooh, it's him. Just kill him now, though, and save us an entire set of patches. Liberty or Darth?
Send you home to men, did they?
Yeah, and you've just written on my house.
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The chirurgeons say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier, what do you think those words mean?
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
Griffin had a mullet.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Doesn't sound convinced.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder. Rest, mend. Regain your strength. You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Mayhap.
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lys, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask. Liberty or death? Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Liberty or death. That's all you can hope for in war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too? I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Alamegan, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Ananta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
A good oath. And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Oh, he's going to hang around. I wonder if he still owns that house. I'm going to start this other one first. Before we talk to Lys. Off to Radiator. Radiator Springs. Funny she should say that. Our mate should be faster now, I think. It is. Still can't fly though, eh? This isn't radiate, at least. Really? Oh, if I was an affiliate, we could do a prediction as to whether this was going to be a suspicious purple smoke or a suspicious purple circle. But I'm not an affiliate, so we'll just have to... Oh, it's not. It's just a suspicious youth. Hello, suspicious youth. I mean, you say that. And you're not wrong. But I am about to save them some money. There. Money saved. Let's go here, because in case we have to go back to Radiator. At least. Augury? It's augury. Actually, we'll do this then. When we finish that, we can fly back here. Alright, we're going to get flight, and then I'm going to take a tiny break and go and get something to drink. Been there, they seemed okay. I don't know, I didn't actually see them, did I? Hello, Nago. Yeah, they ought. Well, they're dead now, so it doesn't really matter. Well, she's determined, I'll give her that. Let's start this one. Olga's reaching. Well, that's somewhere we can teleport to. So let's finish this quest. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna go there. In that case. Teleport. There he is, Frank. Can we get this way, or do we have to go round? Because it would be very, very annoying if we had to go round. I mean, stupidly annoying. The sort of annoying that might make me consider just quitting this game. We have to go round. That's annoying. It's not even a shortcut. The only thing in our favour is that we're a little bit faster now. This bottle of arak better be good. Yeah, let me through. Oh, me and my desire to be able to fly around these areas. What's in here? Nader. Sounds Welsh, to be honest. Sounds Welsh. Welsh Congamato. Right, cigar. Have your bottle of stuff. No, it can't be. It probably is. Oh, it's your son. Let's fly! Let's fly a little bit over here, then let's teleport to Elga's Reach. Because who the heck wants to fly all the way there? Oh, where is she? Where is she? Oh, it's Aurelia. Aurelia? We've just finished making the bed. Oh, okay, we'll go and wait outside. It's a long way outside. At least it's not a purple smoke destination. Oh, she's no longer walking around in underwear, which is
Sorry
cool.
to have kept you waiting. Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just, if this is the last battle we fight to free Alamigo, then she ought to be a part of it.
mean, I don't know if it does suit her, but, you know. Can't
It's
help
nice of you
to
to say
say
so.
it.
And a bit embarrassing. But mostly nice. Anyway, the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle. There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
Can I bring me stick? You're kidding me. There'd better be an elevator. Oh, look, we just managed to appear here. Cool. I remember rightly, this is a cutscene, I don't have to do anything. Could be wrong though. Sun, it rises. Are they gonna kiss? Who knows? Oh, we'll never know. Wait. Upon the great Loch shore. Go and grab Alfie. Do you reckon he was born as Alfie and then at some point his parents got so fed up saying, Alfie, no! That the name just stuck? Or was that just terrible? She wanted to get me alone on a very large rock. I was going to go and grab a drink, wasn't I? I'm going to go and grab a drink. So I will be back very shortly. In the meantime, enjoy the sounds of Final Fantasy XIV, but not the pictures. I came back. Bet you're glad about that. Right. Oh, I have tea and I have pineapple juice. Because, you know, that's just the kind of guy I am. Right, so we want to teleport to... I think it's 6 and 2, 3, so we might as well go there because it's a bit cheaper. We can fly! Ooh, new location. Here we go. The last area we need to be. Oh, good timing. Oh, Alfie. We's a coming, Cryle. We's a coming. Oh, okay, we gotta go. Fine. Could have just nudged us over the threshold.
I remember my father's words, how they rang in my ears as we left Castrum Urbania behind and looked out over the lochs before us. Comrades brave and true, they had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us, to stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor. Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Zenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
Regardless, we can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
Oh gosh, no.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you?
Sure, why not?
'Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it. The immortal flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seatseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Resist.
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
Of course.
get
You
to
can count on
babysit.
us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Zenos. As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Rhalga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamigo will be ours once more!
Exciting. Right, we journeyed to Loch's. Now let's go journey to Alfino. It's a well done that lad. Have a crumpet. Learned Curse and Torment. What does? Okay. I wondered if this was going to be like Azizlar. There were no field-based ether cores. Or we could, but you know. Ooh, it's Cynical Youth. I'm surprised he's still alive. Boiling water doesn't remove the salt. We laugh in the face of danger, Whisker. Boom, ba, 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 da. Ooh, I love this music. Not that quest accepted music. Ooh, some kind of instance. An instance isn't going to take me near any, or allow me to mount a chocobo. Oh no, not the goblins. Can we bypass the goblins? No, apparently we can't. Fine. Try and shatter me. I mean, honestly, we'd have come across soblins anyway. Why in the field? Why are we? Why the instance is what I'm saying. I'm searching. Oh, there's some fallen masonry. It's not there. That's not it. There's aged barrels and plain barrels. Plain pot. Ooh, there's piled lumber. How many more clues do I have to find, honestly? Oh, speed release. I don't. She was over here, wasn't she? Yeah. We don't know what level Lise is. Oh no, wait, we're still looking for clues. Ah. Fudge my life. Probably shouldn't go to. Oh, there. Queer device. Oh. Fine. I'll kill you with the stabby stick. Follow the shell.
Ready?
Away with you!
That you helped. I'll go and help though. This is probably a Saving Private Ryan thing going on here. Can't let all of the Leveilleurs die. Any more? Oh dear Lord. It's a Colossus. He's a big un. There's no denying that. And he doesn't like me. Oh, he did. Well, that's him dealt with. We still say, oh, we're still looking for clues. Where's Whisker? Tattered Deary. Sally Monastery. Where's that? Oh, you're following me? I don't know where to go. South. Did it say south? Oh, more. Do 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 do. He dead. Do we have to kill the Abbey? Are you gonna? Let's avoid the wildlife if we can. Take that, good ship. Be nice. Oh, it fell down. Are we still going this way? All of this exploring and we're not getting any of the XP for it. It's disappointing. And I'll be honest, it's looking more and more like we're going to have to do this in 2 parts. I could make the commitment. To finish this tonight, regardless of my bedtime. But that would be irresponsible. Is this it? Oh, well, there's another one of them things, so presumably. Presumably. Oh, be nice. Which way now? This way? Nope. This way then. More. Oh, what the crap's that? Really? Looks in pain. Go around here. Oh, it's free. Alright, let's kill these first. Could have just snuck through, but no. Really, just target the stupid shield generator. With vulnerability up by a lot. But it's alright because he appears to be easy to kill. Although Thankful might disagree. There. Destination. Let's survey the destination. What? Give us your key, old scrote. Go into the glasses and the hair, that'd be my father-in-law. Well, we've got a key. And Whisker's swearing. We did, Lise. We did find him in the end. Get a surprise gift. Ooh, 10 minutes? That seems, boastful. Kinda like that Alphino can't swim. Southeast, that's this direction. Andy. No flying. Northwest. That's not where we're heading. Oh well. Do. Remember, we don't. I haven't stroked the etherite. Ooh, it's Orange. Turns out he can just live underwater. Oh, he's bought us fruit. Fruit basket. Oh, it's not a fruit basket. Does ether poking stick? I'm not sure ignorance is the shield you'd have us believe it is. Bye, Orange. He's left footprints in the sand. Oh wait. You know what? We're gonna get swept up in the we get to do all the flyy bits. But that's okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he can't hang around, can he? He just end up dead. And that's certainly not what happens in this expansion. Oh. I didn't even have time to slurp me tea. Running up that hill, stairs, running up them stairs. Doom, 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 Dum 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 dum. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, there we are. Small folk, there are a Lalafell in here. Fine. Let's get to it. Another instance. Jesus. It's good job I'm over-leveled. All right. Were they talking about things? Come on, Lise. Is this cover enough? It's better cover. Oh, he fell down. Oh, until they find the corpse. Oh, battle. Oh, battle. Fine. Or is he asleep, not dead? That's a relief. A lever or a winch. Like this suspiciously well labelled gate winch that sparkles. Head to the Resonatorium. Are we still in? Jesus. Where's the... where are we going? Let's follow rangers. Ooh! We don't need the map up, we can do this just by following them. More? Alright, you guys take care of him, I'll just stand here. Dumatty. Oh, there's predators and everything. I'm just going to assume Alpha will take care of my need to not die. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, it's full. I can't. What's the name? Full. Yeah. Bordola. Ooh, she's doing something with ether. Boom, 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 boom.
I can read her every move!
Alright. Have some of that. How's the reading eye every move going now?
Out of my way!
Should I have used it then? How long do we get from this? Until that thing disappears. I mean, that just got more less.
I'll cut you to pieces! How could I lose?
Guess you've come up against us. Oh, this doesn't look great. Stand inside. Oh, bollocks. I did get hit. Standing inside did nothing. Soon one of you guys is gonna maybe do the whole healy thing. Really?
Let's finish this!
Sure.
If only you knew the power!
Ooh, duty complete. That was unexpected. The eye. The Moonbreeder thing. Now be nice, Lise. Cheers, Alamegan.
No. Not after everything. I cannot lose. I will not!
Don't consider it loss. Consider it
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks,
lesson.
you're nothing! Conrad, Mefrid, your own comrades! I should kill you here and now for what you did!
But you won't. Because you're nice.
But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Why, you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
Go on, Alfino. Poke a couple.
Now, my friend!
Oh, it's Cryle! We found Cryle.
Cryle!
What a relief.
Alphino?
Hmm.
I knew you'd come.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lise!
Stop playing with the
I'm
Fordola.
taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Listen to you, talking like you've already won. Zenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power, echoing that of the Icons.
Yeah, killed a few of them.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come, and here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
Well, she is a monk. Monks are well known for their disciplines.
May I
Monks.
live 1,000 years.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Yes. At some point he may smile again, who knows? Story might call for it. Oh. Mount speed! Increased! Got a Scion Rogue's bandana. Don't know what that's going to be useful for. Oh, we're going to do the Aetherite. We should probably do this one, being as we didn't do the last one. Southwest. It's kind of in the direction we're going. It's probably up somewhere. Him showing off with his flying about. It's there! How do we get there? Not that way. Not that way. This way? Oh, that's down. Down's no good. This way? We're here. Over here. Ah, we did it. We solved the puzzle of the ether current. North, well, it's probably out of the city, so we'll probably not go for that one yet. Aetherite struck, stroked, poked, fondled, Avenvold talked to. Where are we going? Where is Railbarn? Of course he is. We're going in the wrong direction. How do we get out? To the gate? Why are we not even on our thing? This is where we pay, Chad. This is where we pay for not stroking that Aetherite earlier. But we are. Yes. Okay. Oh, we'll do the one in the west, being as we're heading west anyway. Southwest. There. Across that bridge. How do we get up to that bridge? Oh, don't you. We may have taken the long way. Up here. Maybe. We just poke our face in there just to yeah. Just to pick up another 54k. Oh, apparently not. Okay, we'll get this one and then we will focus on the MSQ for now. Because if we focus on the MSQ, we might get it done tonight, and we can come back and run around and do all of these when we've got while we're waiting for various done. Oh, not there. Do 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 do. Right, we're just going to head for our barn now. No more distractions. Chat with our barn. Play with the aetheryte. So we don't end up having to do all this again. I'm going to pick up these, though. Assuming what I've... yeah. Leaving the souls of the dead. Munifrid. Well, they appear to be in the same general direction. Talking of generals... okay. Okay. Do, 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 do. Finally. Oh, there's only 2 available.
Ah, the heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Zenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Cid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lys. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Zenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Oh, you have got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alisaie's soul.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Zenos has in store.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Except him. Just.
Well, no one's saying we shouldn't be cautious. Though maybe I was
that's
getting a bit
lovely.
carried away. Right, I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
You pop, please.
It is time we join the main host.
You pop, Alphino.
Kryl, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
Sweet. Okay, let's go and tell people. It's time. Do your thing, Emmerich. thing can a. Do your thing, Merlin. Do your thing, Raubon. Listening to the music. Ooh. Go and grab this. Cool. Right, where are we going then? And that's probably... Why are we stuck on a lamp? That's probably the fourth of them. So we'll go and trigger that, and then we'll go to... find Pippin. Alright, I think we've got all four of them now, so let's go chat with Pippin. And we can deal with these quests. While I'll be honest, I didn't realise Pippin would be so far away. I do like going for a long walk. There's Pippin. Got a package. Who's carrying around a massive box? It's his sword. Also, it's 4 times bigger than you, Pippin. What are you going to do with it? Oh wait, how come it's not 4 times bigger than him now? Wolfman? Oh, where are we going now? To north. Oh, it's another instance. Let's just have a check around and see if we can find this. Oh, it was near here somewhere, wasn't it? Ten yards to west, which is that way. Oh, let's just crack on with the event. Let's just do the instance, and then we can go looking for them later. Halt! Halt, wolfy men! Well, come here, brother. Oh well. It was nice while it lasted.
For the House of Leveilleur! Focus. Release!
Well, we didn't die. Why do I suspect he's not going to be quite as easy as the other guys? You know, Alpino could do a bit of curing. I wouldn't object.
Pull yourself together!
Doctor, I
So it
feel
comes
like
to this!
Curtains. Pull yourself together, man. Crazy ice stuff. You crazy dragon facey guys. Not a brilliant place to stand. The puddle thing. Maybe we can stand in here. That seems fine, but I don't understand. Told ya. Oh, hi, sorry. I don't know how long you've been there, I was focused. Not too bad, how are you? I caught your races on Saturday and Sunday. And it was such a shame. They were so close and very entertaining, but I can feel your pain. Yeah. She's pretty good, isn't she? She's... I didn't see there was a lot to blame, to be honest. It was really tight all the way through. You seem to have the same routing ideas.
Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Hear, hear. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates.
I know your opponent was disappointed in her performance as well.
Forward!
I don't know if you watched her afterwards. She seemed
Give
to
me
be
hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno!
So many tiny dudes, so much power.
Now
Yeah, I
give
saw
me a
that one as
curse
well.
and winter!
Or
Enough
bits of
ice
that
and
one I
snow
was
to
streaming
bury
at the same
a
time.
behemoth! All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
I did find it interesting. It's the first time I've noticed it, but I don't know if it's a regular thing. But I noticed in all three of your matches against Scottish Brave,
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
you were both looking for the same item at the end. No, it was the Fire Roger first one, and it was the hammer last night, and I can't remember what it was on Saturday. But I don't know if that's normal, but it just seemed like your routing, although you didn't go exactly the same places. Okay.
Is that...
Bear witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters! Doma is come to pay her debts!
Lord Hian!
So do you have a plan for dealing with bottlenecks, or is it just you just have to keep looking until you find it?
We will deal with the flying machines! Forward, my friends! For freedom and justice!
It's Lord Hian, by the way.
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
all of that firepower and firepower, and they managed.
We're
to
through.
little hole.
The way is clear.
Yeah, it's basically the it's the last two quests of Stormblood. So yeah, the next one involves a dungeon and a trial. So if you were trying to avoid spoilers. This is the final quest. A unit of elite adventurers. Yeah, me and 7 people I do not know. Thing is, I really want to get this finished tonight. But I know there's probably another 2 hours of content. So I might be, I might not be the awakest person tomorrow. Right, let's go and... So now it slows down a bit, because apparently I've got 18 minutes to wait for this dungeon. So we'll go and find the bits and pieces we need to be able to fly. It's mostly just there's not enough content for tomorrow, really. I say it's 2 hours. It's probably only about an hour left, to be honest, plus waiting time. And if I do it tomorrow, it's likely I'm gonna get to an hour, have nothing more to do, and be like finishing the stream early. And I don't really want to do that. Where is this thing? Southwest, south. That's west. That's south. Also, I'm probably slightly insane, but north. It doesn't come from north. Oh, north. Of course, I'll probably spend the next 18 minutes looking for this one stupid ether current. Where is it? It's got to be on this bridge somewhere, surely. Or is it up there? How do I get up there? Well, I'm just after. Can I go through there? I can't go through there. It's there. How do I get up there? I want that green floaty thing up there. If I get the green floaty thing, at some point I'll be able to fly. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's I've played more 14 than I was planning to. Leveled up a lot of my crafting on one of my my main account. Watched a bunch of Twitch. Northwest. That way. About it, really. I regret nothing is the important thing about that. You? How was your weekend? Oh, Apart from the racing asshole, obviously. Water. Water's 112 yards west. So have you been nowhere near it today? Have you had a nice relaxing non-Zelda day? Is it non-random Zelda? Are you playing Breath of the Wild? Oh, yeah, because you wanted to do all you wanted to go through all of them, didn't you? All today? Felt like a game and a half in one day, or had you already got some of it done? Oh, wow. I assume they're not very long games then. Either that or you've picked up the speedrunning strats like in a big way. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get the bends if I keep going down. Okay. Oh, 12 hours, not too bad then. Nice gentle float back to the surface. I watched someone playing Returnal yesterday. Now I'm like, do I want to play Returnal? And I'm not sure if I want to play Returnal. I kind of do want to play Returnal. And I've always got that thing where I'd be like, yeah, am I going to just buy it, it'll turn up, and then I'll just leave it on the shelf next to Cyberpunk? Gems and jewelry. Yeah. Yeah, it's... At least they're more available than the consoles. I'm going up this stairs and I don't know why. I think maybe there's possibly a green swirly at the top. There wasn't a green swirly at the top. Where's the green swirly then? East. That's east, isn't it? Take damage from falls, but never the lethal damage. It was always like, oh, let's go and do that. It's always like, why? Why bother taking damage from falls if it's not lethal damage? Or if you can't die from it? I don't even remember if you could ever take lethal damage from a fall. He wants to know if you can do big pulls. I don't care. I don't have to heal him. Oh, why am I nearly dead? Oh, I swear. Oh, come on. Hit something. I know I joke about getting carried through these dungeons, but I really don't like being carried through these dungeons. Oh, we're all dead. Fine. Yep. Rip indeed. It's a good job I don't do magic. That's him dead. Oh, there's a few. Okay. Let's break out the AoE. Zoom at hitting stuff. Yeah, you can have a spear to the head as well. Oh no, more. Where's the healer taking damage? Ah, it's this guy. Magitech Scorpion. You may recognize him from such games as Final Fantasy VII. A little bit of fan service never hurt anyone. As you can tell, he's the first boss of this dungeon as well, so there's not a lot to it. Oh, why are you doing that? Don't point at me. Alright, mate. Bring it over here. Okay, just leave it there so that I can't actually attack the stupid thing. Excuse my impatience. I loved all the fighting in the remake. But mostly what I remember about this fight in the remake was that it was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Any good loot? It's not for me. Just auto-attacking. You get to 2/3 of the way through the game, it's not just like, I can't just press X here and just have it all do it for me. I hated the Hell House. Didn't it made me late for a D&D game or just a Thursday night gaming session, I think, if I remember right. I was like, I've got 25 minutes. This'll be no problem. By I hated Hell House, obviously I mean I loved doing Hell House and would gladly do it again. Hate it when tanks do that. Let's just run away while you were hitting it. Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm kinda hoping, although I'm not certain yet. I'm kinda hoping I'll finish this so I can do it on the stream. And everyone can see how terrible I am at Final Fantasy VII Remake. Aiming necklace. I don't want an aiming necklace. Oh, do I hate this one? Is this the one that... There's one that does give you an out-of-body experience about halfway through the fight. And I'm terrible at working out what to do then.
I shall have to share these findings.
No, you don't need to share your findings.
Initiate soul extraction.
It is this one.
Success.
I hate this one. I never know how to do it. I might have worked out how to do it.
The sun rebels! My word, this data!
What about you? You planning on doing a full replay or just the Yuffie stuff? But I mean, it's not like you haven't got a lot on your plate in terms of games. Which way's out? Never anything for me. Why does Clockson not get any love? Oh, go and hit him. Yeah, occasionally you get distracted by the prettiness of the patterns and die. By which I mean, obviously, I would never do that. See, now, in my head, Kingdom Hearts is Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3, but I know from listening to you talking to Jacob that there's more. It may have got the full Square Enix treatment in terms of how much extra gameplay there is. Scouting, scout. We don't even have any scoutings on. Aiming I understand, because, you know, Bard. I keep fiddling with the layout of me controls and keep forgetting how to play. These dudes and a final boss. And then a final boss. It's alright, because the other final boss is like a 30-minute wait. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Oh. They're waiting. Oh, I suppose I'll... I can't... No. They can't have been. Seriously, they can't have been waiting for her. Oh, this is another one with mechanics.
Run!
Do I run away from this one? Yes. Everyone else is. Are they pretty long games as well, or are they like, you know, mostly short games?
Run!
Oh, this one we stay in for. Yeah, can we get blown out?
Let this moment last forever.
How is he gone?
Kill!
Out! We have to do some sword fighting.
This is the end.
Oops.
Show me your roll. Yes! Yes!
Which
Just
one?
so.
Which one? Why am I the only one fighting this one? Oh no.
More!
Shit. Sugar.
Have you the strength?
Right, that's hand done. All 20 to 30.
Power to transcend.
Big Bundle has a few of them as just cutscenes rather than the full games. What, just like a 30-hour film? Ah, longbow's no good to me, and a casting dogie. I am out of here. I got 2 player commendations, and I didn't give one back, and now I feel bad.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity.
I've given him a
I
crisis.
am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought.
Thank you very much.
Finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular. To feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face.
This guy may have issues.
As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Bye then. And of course we're following it. Why wouldn't we be following him? Oh. Because he couldn't fit his pet dragon in the hall, by the looks of it.
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie.
That at least would have been funny. Bit of light-hearted,
The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign
comedy.
queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all.
Oh, you killed them. Bastard.
This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine.
Shinryu!
Your fates are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms.
He's monologuing.
Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
Kill it. Ah, there we go. Got a choice. Kill it.
Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon's slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be.
I'm not gonna.
Had you only mastered your abilities. I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant, and oh, so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the Imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the Icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
Seems unlikely. Oh, no, we'll deny him.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend! This is all we are! Alamigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned!
I mean, he probably thinks he's alright. I mean, he invites him to drinks and chats. thinks we can be friends. Oh, it's awake. Well, he's a chunky old mofo, isn't he?
We tower above the gods. You by your gift, I by my might.
Oh, he's got the weird eyes as well.
And before the resonance, the gods shall be made to kneel.
That's very pink. It seems slightly unfair that he's bringing a dragon to the fight.
An ending to mark a new beginning.
Well, fine, if he's going to bring a dragon, I'm going to bring a full party. Of people who hopefully know how to do it. Cool. Nice garden. Yeah. He has mechanics as well on his side. And it's been an awful long time since I've done this fight, because it's a pain in the ass. Yeah. Well, if this was in A Realm Reborn, they'd have put that entire monologue at the start of the battle. So you'd have gone in and you'd have had like people sitting around for what, 20 minutes waiting for you to get through the cutscene. To north. How do I get up there? I swear, everywhere else we've been, it's just been like, just need to find this thing on the floor. Yeah, you still get a minor cut. Doesn't help. You still get a small cutscene at the beginning. but it's nowhere near as nuts as it used to be. Ooh. Ooh, I think I see a way. Maybe. You did used to be able to skip the cutscenes, but for the final 2 bits of Realm Reborn, they turned off the cutscene skipping to stop people being shamed into skipping cutscenes. Okay, maybe I haven't found a way. Am I being an idiot? What have I missed? There. How do I get to there? Oh, you know what? Let's go and do these other things. We'll come back to it later. I don't know. It seemed a bit weird, but they also increased the rewards for it. So you got a bunch of tomestones for doing it. And although they're an hour long, or an hour and a bit long each to do, you know, people still do them. Weirdly. Oh, there's one. And I'm thankful they did, because, you know, obviously I did do it when I was doing through this. It was like, oh, if no one comes to do that, I can't do that. So, but yeah. Not really. I think the longest wait I've had. Really? Go away! You're not going away, are you? Oh, you're not going away. I think the longest wait I've had was like 25 minutes. And that was really, really unusual. A couple of 18-minute ones, but most of them I've been in within 5 minutes. I've also noticed there's quite a few people sort of playing through as well. Yeah, there's a bunch. But there's also the... so there's the duty... So you got the leveling roulette, which gives you a bunch of rewards. I mean, it says 100 poetic tomestones on there, but you get other rewards as well if you're level capped. So there's folks, and I'm one of them, who just go through 4 or 5 roulettes a day to farm tomestones. That helps. I presumed WoW had something similar, because it seems unusual for Square Enix to come up with something that isn't in WoW already. They're a bird driven from its home for the convenience of people. It's probably where I die, because, you know. Yeah, it's one of the things they've changed is they fiddled with the they fiddled with the XP you get, so now it seems that main scenario quest is all you need. Oh, I'm gonna go for the gate. Main scenario quest is all you need to level to the next one. Whereas it used to be that you'd need main scenario and all of the other quests to do that. So yeah, so I'm kind of glad of that, because, you know. It's taken them a bit to get there, but yeah, I think it's... Yep. Focus. Iron. Focus. Oh, you must be blind. Just ran into that thing there. Probably hurt him a little bit on the chest. Everyone seems to be running back here. That'll be why. What do we do now? Stand next to them, so we don't all die. So they don't die. Not what that means. This switch. The cool thing is we get the echo, so if we die we just get stronger. Well, no one's running away. Which one? Oh, I don't care. Let's just stab this one. Death sentence? No one wants a death sentence. What? Ooh. Seems I was a bit close. I think we passed the DPS check. Oh, I think this is a, yeah, of course it is. Woo! Shit. Well, bollocks. Can help. I can do helping. Oh, what's this? I don't know what this is. We have to kill the tail. Someone is super strong in this. That a bad thing? Again, not so what that is, I just need to run away from that dude, yes. And then back. Oh, he's dead! Woo! Single-handedly. I was pinnacle, I was key to that fight. I contributed. Stoic. Stoic in the face of contribution. I didn't get any commendations that time. Maybe someone else stayed a little bit longer and got all of them. Well, that's the last fight. That's Zenos. That probably hurt.
Are you all right?
Little sore around the neck.
Zenos.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted.
Other such cliches.
And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
This guy should really just get a blog. Twitter. Twitter might not be...
Coward!
Stop!
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
Did yourself a haircut? Oh, it's Raubon One Arm
Where is he?
and friends.
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Such a wise Yorkshireman.
Stand tall, Lys. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
It's Lord Hien.
You're right. Thank you. Without you... well, you know. So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
For Alamigo. Yeah. Do enjoy the musical numbers.
In crimson it began, and in crimson it ended. And then we were free.
Woo. There'll be some end credits at some point. Oh, there we go. The cutscene in it as well. Good.
But what is freedom, really?
She wasn't very nice.
We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Zenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. "20 years of Imperial rule have left Ala Mhigo torn and bleeding. It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't. Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you. This is the end. The end of the Imperial province of Ala Mhigo, and the rebirth of Ala Mhigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
I mean, I've not played Crisis Core, so I'm gonna have to believe you. I don't know what the reference would be, unless it's just some woman in a red dress wandering around a city. Oh, the price of freedom. Oh, okay. Probably will skip the credits, because I've sat through them before. They're quite long. Oh, this is. Oh no, it's him.
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made.
The purdy flowers. Ooh, and a couple of eyes.
All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether. Still, better safe than sorry.
Oh. Yeah. Stabbed the eyes.
There.
Eyes are a weirdly recurring.
There ends your hateful legacy.
You'd sat through the 18 hours of cutscenes that were the end of Heavenswood, you'd know what he was talking about there. Those cheekbones, though. Delidibus. It does this, and then there'll be another bit of voice acting in a bit, and it'll be like, why? Not answering that. Oh, he is. I want to say I don't think any of these post credit scenes are voiced. He's going to take his face off. We'll just have to wait to see what that is. Probably got a massive zit on his nose. It's also possible they don't have voice actors for Elidibus and the Emperor dude. Not sure if I've ever heard them speak. You're hurrahing because the cutscenes are over. Might be a bit premature. I mean, it could be that there's no more. But precedent is not on your side. Yes, the hard part is done. Oh, we don't have to talk to the other assembled throng of Eorzean leaders. Yet. Oh, Alfino was worried. Mana. Sorry. Weeping cat. Oh, row barn, one up. So this is the end of the expansion. There's 6 patches. 6 patches for Stormblood and then Shadowbringer. So yeah, it's about halfway through. Yeah, just the base content. Yep, still a bunch to do. Wow. Back to Lise. So what they tend to do is they continue on parts of the story. So there's some stuff left in Doma to do. Up to like the 3rd patch, and then from the 3rd patch they start preparing for the next expansion. So it kind of overlaps a little bit. So that we'll be preparing for the next expansion. Well, we've already started laying the groundwork for some of the next expansion for Shadowbringers, but it gets more done. So yeah, it kind of like, it's a nice smooth sort of thing. Transition, that's what I was talking about. Oh, look. We got a free trip back to Ralga's Reach. Because that's where I wanted to be. No cutscene? Oh, there you go, cutscene.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Well, as in just me? Oh no, there's a gathering.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right. Because you're scions. Now, I'm obviously a scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Alamigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Alamigo, I can't be a scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Good old Ishtar.
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest.
Ever known as the Joker of the group.
But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so?
Interestingly, Urianger there, the tall elf with the hood, is the only one of the group still in his original
There you have
attire.
it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Stola. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
There you are, crying.
Come back here, you slippery little devil. Ah, to think fishing could be so difficult. What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death. Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished with us yet. Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
I don't know why they bothered with the question marks for his name. It wasn't like it wasn't obvious who it was. If you'd seen earlier cutscenes. Again with the mysterious. We know who it is. Now I think we're done. Yes. The cutscenes are over. Oh, should we see? I still have the flying quests to do, but I'm not doing them tonight, I don't think. Let's have a look. Current play time is 5 days, 6 hours and 21 minutes. Does that mean that took 30 hours to do? Blimey. Anyway. So that was a 4.5 hour stream that I could obviously, definitely in no way have split into 2 streams over 2 nights. You know, and gone to bed at a reasonable hour for a school night. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there. Have myself a nap. Thank you very much for coming along and watching. Hope you're as excited as I was to watch all of those cutscenes. Still, could have been worse. Could have been a Metal Gear Solid game. Yes, so if you feel like it, join me tomorrow when I'll be starting. Well, we're starting the patches. What are the patches called? First patch, The Legend Returns, which includes a quick jaunt into the drowned city of Scala. Should be fun. Ooh, and the Sultana makes a return. Yeah, cool. Right, okay, so yeah. Again, thanks for watching. And have a good evening. Bye. How do I end this?